Hello. I never know, like StreamYard says we're live, but I'm always questioning, like, is it live right
Yeah.
away? But
I'm
hello.
just like waving. Yeah.
I know. Like, does anyone see this part of the stream?
Yes. Right. Right.
Hello, everyone. It is Tuesday Night Sprints with Friends, and I have a friend. I have Julie. And I
Yes.
will also have Margaret in about an hour. But right now we have the lovely Julie. And Julie, I'm going to get you to introduce yourself, say what you're reading, because you've been on this channel before, but it's been a minute. So
yeah, it has. But only because but what am I saying? I have my channels called Keep Calm with Books and Coffee. I talk mostly about books, sometimes about other media, other video games, stuff like that. I don't know what I'm reading. I mean, I am reading, but I have so many options. So
I saw some of Achilles with a really beautiful sprayed edge.
Yes, this is, where is it? This is the new Barnes & Noble edition that just came out, and it's blue.
I love that.
So I have never read this before, but I had to get it because of this cover. So I will decide. I don't know. There's just so many options out here, but I mostly talk about fantasy on my channel, and that's about me.
And after the first sprint, I will have Julie linked in the description box. I definitely forgot to do that earlier, but we'll do during the first sprint.
What else are we doing today? Is there anything else going on in our lives?
Right? I was like, oh yeah, no. I'm always like, I'll remember. You're lucky you got the link. That's one of those things that I really never remember to do. I'm like, oh right.
Of it, though. I need to tweet and the Instagram and
I'll do all the tweeting and the Instagram, but I will forget to send the link. And usually one of the besties will be like, Brittany, if you want us there, you need to give us the link. And I'm like, right. Right.
Oh my
gosh. I am reading my second book from Rom-Comathon because I'm trying to do 7 and 7 like a crazy person. And I'm reading The Honey Don't List.
Ooh.
By Christina Lauren.
Yeah.
And it's okay.
Okay.
I'm trying to separate the story from the narrator. So there's two narrators in this book, and one is a male and one is a female. And the male, when he tries to do female dialogue, is at a screechy, high-pitched level that I cannot. I'm like, no woman sounds like this ever.
Oh no!
And it's just,
yeah.
So I'm trying to separate my lack of not liking the audiobook with the book.
That is very hard for me. The audiobook narrator makes or breaks it for me a lot of times.
I'm having a little bit of a trouble. And honestly, I'm not really liking the story that much either. So it's like a kind of a double, but I only have like 3 hours left of the audiobook. So.
Oh yeah. Power through.
I can do it. Yeah. I'm not picking another book for this prompt. I'm going to finish. I'm going to finish. Hello, Crystal. Are you sick or is the baby sick? I know the baby's sick, but are you also sick? Because if you are, I'm sorry. And I hope Addie and you potentially feel better. 12 hours into your reading challenge, but you've done 6 hours of Hogwarts Legacy, so I'll take that as a win. Fair. Hello, Zoe. How are you? Hello, Tina, Stephanie, Neva. Hello to Julie, and another for Julie. Hi, Michelle. Reading Do I Know You? That is the group book for Rom-Comathon, right?
Oh.
Am I right?
I don't know. I kind of missed that Rom-Com was Rom-Com.
That's what they should call it. I like that better. I like that.
I missed that was happening this week, even though I should have put it together because Valentine's Day and everything. But I'm so far behind on watching any BookTube content
Seriously, I think the only BookTube video I watched today was yours. I happened to watch your Valentine's tag, and I was like, "Oh, that's such a good video for Valentine's Day." Yeah, and then I was going to keep watching, and then there were so many sprints going on today too that I was trying to hop in and out of, and it's been a busy day.
Yeah.
Still reading Secretly Yours. Is the audiobook okay? The audiobook's great for Secretly Yours. That was my read yesterday.
Yeah, because you're doing 28 and 28, right?
Yep. Yes, I am. Technically, I finished that one this morning. It ran.
Yeah.
Day 13 ran into day 14, which was why this became day 14's book because she's tiny.
Oh yeah.
And I did a tiny. Yeah, it was only like a 5-hour audiobook.
Oh,
so
that's
I was
quick
like,
then.
okay, that's what I needed today.
Yeah.
And I was expecting to like it because it's Christina Lauren.
Mm-hmm.
We just won't talk about that.
Sometimes they're a hit and sometimes, you know.
I read it Christina Lauren last week, gave it 5 stars. So I was very excited. And then this is not living up to what I wanted it to. And then I looked at the reviews and Michelle gave it 2 stars and I was like, oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no. Happy Valentine's Day.
Yeah.
Hello, Mika. Happy Galentine's Day.
Yeah.
Hello, Kelly. Hi, Alicia. Hi, Lexi. Reading We Sold Our Souls and Making Dinner. Also need to finish some notes for the class next week. Speaking of We Sold Our Souls, this is a team book for NSYNC, or not for NSYNC, for Backstreet, but you can read any of the team books. And today I did all the points up and we now have standings for where all the teams are for Battle of the Boy Bands. And Hanson is winning and I'm in second, and that's not okay, Team NSYNC. And the reason Hanson is winning is they have read a lot of group books, which is 50 extra points. So we need to fix that, Team NSYNC. We all need to read group books this week. Okay?
Yes. Yes. We have our assignments.
That's the assignment from teachers passing on the assignment of second is not okay. At first I was like, because I did my points first and I was like, oh, that's a good total. And then I did Hanson's and I was like, oh dear. Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no. Reading The Art of Deception by Nora Roberts and Millennium Snow Volume 4. Nice.
Oh, nice.
Oh, you're all so sick. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm glad Addie's feeling better though.
Mm-hmm.
Still reading The Drift. Had to take a day off yesterday because I had a migraine. Oh, I'm glad you're feeling better now though, or starting to. Up to page 218. Nice. Also going to be crocheting my blanket. I love that. Do you crochet, Julie?
I do.
I have not yet attempted to make a genre blanket or anything, but maybe next year.
I only started like late last year, but it's so nice to do. I have just found it to be a great little thing to like add in if I don't. I have a switch and stuff like that like switching up what I'm doing while I'm listening is good.
Yeah, I can see it being really good to do while doing audiobooks because I need something when I'm listening. Like I'm not a person who can just sit and listen to an audiobook. My brain will go to a whole other place. I will take in no things.
Right. I have to be cleaning or crafting or something.
Cuddling, doing something. I need to occupy my brain with something kind of mindless.
Yeah.
I knew it was the group read.
Nice.
Sometimes I'm like, I think I know things, and then I'm like, oh no, I was wrong. My plan for this blanket has changed 100 times and changed again like 10 minutes ago. Fair.
Yeah.
I love that. Reading Looking for Jane.
Oh, nice.
Watched a couple of videos, then did a 45-minute sprints while I was waiting for these to start. Nice.
Fun.
I feel like because of sprinting and because I'm a stay-at-home mom, like I'm home all the time, that like I just run my life in 45-minute increments with taking like a 15-minute break. Like that's just how my brain works now.
I know some of my like Saturdays I just have sprints on like all day, and then I'm like, this day went by so fast because all I did was sprint.
Yep. You actually get a lot done that way too. Behind in my 7 and 7, but I'm kind of like, oh well, right?
Yeah.
I'm trying not to because I feel like if I get behind, I'm done for 28 and 28. Like it's going to be like a done situation.
Like an avalanche kind of, like you're running away.
Because I did get a little behind on the weekend and I had to play a little catch up. I was like 2 books behind and I was like, if I get more than 2,
it's over.
And I feel like I'm halfway through the month. Like I feel like I've done it almost. Yeah. So it's like now would be sad to lose it.
Yeah.
I have to film a wrap up for the first half of the month because I am not doing one big wrap up.
No. That would be a lot.
That's not happening. Reading Blood Sky on, but might switch to something else once I finish this chapter.
Nice.
Hello, Jean. 65% of The Lies. Oh, of All the Lies, the 4th book in the Mind F series. I will continue reading it with you guys. Happy Valentine's Day. Happy Valentine's Day to you. Crystal's very excited.
Nice.
I'm happy for you, Crystal, but we're a very close second. We can make it up this week, in theory. Hi, Amel. Hi, Ollie. Need to submit one, maybe 2 books. Yes. That actually happened. I had finished tallying it up when we posted it, and then I went back to check something, and it was like, oh, that was a reminder for everyone to submit their books. So there was like I was like, those will be in next week's count.
Yeah.
It's fine. I'm going to try and do the counts every Monday. I think that's going to be the plan. We'll see. Mom bought me a box of chocolates, and I ate some earlier, but haven't eaten my favorite ones yet until now. Yummy.
Ooh, yum.
Happy Valentine's Day. Going back to reading Off the Map. Took a couple days off on that one. Sometimes you got to take a break from them.
Yeah.
Started crocheting in December.
Nice. Yeah.
Nice. My brain stopped working there for a second. I'm making a giant granny square blanket. Is that the ones with the holes?
Oh, you know, yeah. I think granny square is a type of stitch. Yeah. Like a almost like a seashell, if I'm thinking.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Got you. But I'm thinking about doing smaller ones on the outside. Nice.
Cool.
The last 2 Well, then I will feel somewhat more happy for you than That's fair. That's fair. Crystal maybe needs a win, but I'm too competitive to just give it to you. I can't just give it to you. So it's fine. Also, Crystal got Bree on her team because I think Crystal was like, you can't have Bree because Bree's also doing 28 and 28, and you can't have 2 people.
It's too much power.
That's not fair.
Yeah.
So it's like, I guess that makes sense. I'll do that. I'll give you that one. That's fair.
Yeah.
Oh. Decided to give up on my Polathon read and pick up Take a Hint, Dani Brown. Nice. Have you read the Brown Sisters?
I have not. No.
Neither. I feel like I'm the only one, so I found somebody else.
I read like maybe 1 romance book a month. I'm pretty sparse on the romance, so I keep meaning to, but there's always something that's in you know, it just keeps getting kicked down the road.
Totally. Up until I really only ever read romance at like Christmas. December, I read romance. I want all my reads to be like Hallmark Christmas movies. Same. And then I put them away for the year and come back to them next Christmas.
Yeah.
But this year it's lingered. I've just been like reading all romance, basically, a couple of fantasies in, but like this year it's lingered into January and February. And I'm like, what has happened to me? Like what? I don't know what's happened. I'm enjoying myself. But.
I get it. Cause like we all need a little feel good right now. I feel like it's just kind of like the dredges of this like winter are just like, oh my gosh.
So, True. I don't know what's going on, but I'm enjoying my time with it. Good time for Ramadan to hit.
Yeah.
Looks like upside down triangles joined together. So yeah, like a seashell. Got you.
Yeah.
Got you. Love that one, Steph. My favorite of the Brown sisters. I feel like everyone has their favorite Brown sister.
Yeah, I've heard like everyone has a different one. Like it's not like the Well Met that like most people don't like the second one.
Right.
But like the rest of them are kind of like well loved. Like these are like all over the map.
Yeah, I feel like everyone, which is also why I'm like, I need to read these books because I just like I want to relate to what is happening.
Yeah.
I want to understand. It's the same with like the Delilah Green and Astrid. Like people love, well, I think people love both of them, but like one is you have a favorite.
Yeah.
And I'm reading Delilah Green this week because I was like, okay, I need to find out what's going on with these books because I feel left out. The FOMO is real.
I know. Yeah. FOMO is so real.
Right. It's so real. When everyone's talking about the same books, I'm like, yeah, I can fit that into my TBR.
Yeah.
Totally. I have time for that.
Yeah.
Used to only make used to only make romance, and then I started to read, I'm assuming read romance. Usually used to only read romance, and then I started reading cozy mysteries. Tina, you always have the best cozies. Every time you come, I just love to see the names of what you're reading because the cozy names are the best.
They are. They're so fun.
The titles of cozies are just the best.
So good.
Want to get back into romance, especially contemporary sweet rom-coms.
Yep.
Because I miss watching people fall in love. Right? It's just fun. Yeah. I think that's maybe why I'm not liking this. This one's got a little bit more drama. There's some cheating going on and stuff, and I'm just like,
yeah.
Not with our main characters, but it's like a big part of the plot still, and I'm just like, no, thank you. I want love, not that. Didn't mean that. I just like watching people fall in love. We didn't take it in a creepy way. Okay, are we ready to read? Let me pull up the timer.
Ooh,
and we'll get into it. I know it's like I feel like it matches the background, but it is spring and those are flowers. But from afar, it looks icy.
Yeah.
So I was like, that's
fine. Good.
Yeah. We're just gonna go with that. Yeah, same, Neva. It's not the main characters, but it's like a big part of the book still.
Yeah.
So I'm just like, not my thing. Okay, let's get going.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
How did it go? What did you choose to read?
I chose The Song of Achilles because it's too pretty. And I think I read 70 pages, so it's very fast. So
really good.
Yeah.
I don't know where I started, to be honest, but I made it to 148.
Nice. That looks like a halfway.
I'm about halfway.
Yeah.
It's not. We're just gonna move on. It hasn't gotten better.
Mm-hmm.
He is so shrill when he speaks.
Oh,
like no woman talks like that ever.
Mm-mm.
Never.
No,
not a one. And I'm just like,
sir,
we are not all nagging, shrill people.
No.
Anyway. It's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Pat. How are you? Happy Valentine's Day. And thank you for the reminder. Mm-hmm. Hi, Jigra. How are you? Love a good evening sprint. We are here. We'll be here for a couple more hours. So we got a few sprints, 2 to 3 more, depending on how the night goes. Everyone says, I love when everyone says hello to each other. Like it's just, I love this community so much. Yeah. I love it. Hello. Finally could write in the chat. Nice. And there when I'm like, I am here, but my child is doing things and I can't speak yet. Yeah. Hi, Kayla. How are you? What are you reading? Oh, next. If I looked one more comment, I would have gotten that. Reading Flawless by Elsie Silver. Nice. Oh, the comments just went nuts. Hi, Pat. Read nothing, but worked on a different crochet project. Well, that's good. Nice. I love that. What other crochet project are you working on?
Yeah.
More
blankets?
Yeah. I know. During that sprint, Jean messaged me a picture of the blanket that she just finished, and it's so pretty.
Oh, I love it.
We should Neva, if you're still here, we should have, because I don't do the admin on the Discord. I just talk in it. But in the Besties Book Club Discord, we should have like a crochet
channel.
Thank you. That's the word. I don't do or Kelsey, you can do that too. You also do the admin on the Discord. I don't.
Oh, yes.
I can't work Discord. I'm like, this is complicated.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But I chat and have a good time, but I don't deal with the making of it. Hi, Kels. Just picked up The Lovely City. Yes, you're reading a group book for Team NSYNC. Thank you, Kelsey. Yes. Yeah. You understood the assignment. And you now have 3 books on the go. I mean, Julie was going through this at the beginning of the sprints. So can relate. This is a very relatable situation.
Yeah.
It's a Granny Square sweater. Ooh, nice. I feel like I definitely would take me a while to get to sweater level.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that's a whole other level than blanket level.
Yeah. I have 2 blanket projects started, and that's like the scope of my understanding at this point.
Fair. I think I'm going to start putting it together, even though I plan on buying special yarn for it. Nice. Ooh. Send me pictures on Instagram. I'd love to see how it goes. I just got that one. Kayla, I think I'm going to read it next week for my birthday. Happy early birthday, too. Really looking forward to it. Didn't read, ate dinner, and finished notes for class. Nice. I feel like that happens to me at least once every sprint where I come back and I'm like, I didn't read. But I did other things.
Yeah. At some point, my concentration sort of just is shot for a sprint, and then I come back and
100%. And sometimes it's like I will come back and I'll be like sometimes I did do things, but sometimes 45 minutes will pass and I can't really put a finger on what I did during those 45 minutes. Like, I'm like, I didn't just sit here, but like, I don't know.
If something happened.
I did things. They were just a bunch of little things, you know?
Yeah.
Hi, Erin. How are you? Are you still reading IPB? Let me know where you're up to in Ice Planet Barbarians. For anyone who doesn't know, Erin and I started Ice Planet Barbarians together on sprints 2 weeks. No, it was 2 weeks ago. So it must have been the first. It was like the 2nd of February, 1st of February, sometime in that time frame.
Mm-hmm.
And I really enjoyed it, but only read the first one. And then Erin just kept going, and I don't know how far Erin went.
Yeah, nice.
I plan on doing like some sort of like how many can I read
in
like a weekend or something, because I was actually very impressed with how much sci-fi plot there was, because I was expecting it just to be aliens.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, they're finding spaceships and things, and I was like, oh, okay, so there's more to it.
Yeah, I have to try those at some point, because like I've heard such good things, and I like when it first came into being, I was like, but now it sounds interesting.
Same.
Again, FOMO.
I actually really did enjoy it. There was a lot more plot than I thought there would be, because I kind of just assumed it was just, like I said, aliens, but there's actually a lot more plot to it. So the audiobooks are really good too.
Oh, good to know.
The narrators are good, and they're on script. So
oh, excellent.
I know.
Yeah. That can be a whole rabbit hole then.
That's what happened to read 59 pages of Do I Know You? 31 pages, read to 71% complete. Nice. Got to 68%. Read a bit more of Blood Scion, and now I'm pondering which of these 107 books on my maybe soon list I want to read. I mean, I would say if you'd like to give us options, but you'd have to at least whittle it down a little bit to give us options. So, but if you want to give us options, we can help you. I can relate to this problem though. If I didn't have a TBR and I just like went and looked at my shelves, I think that would be stress inducing.
I don't do well with it. I can't read to a TBR, but I also stand in front of my shelves and stare for a while.
Yeah, it's a little bit stress inducing, isn't it? When it's just like, what do I read? I have so many things.
I want to read it all at once, and then I get overwhelmed.
Yeah. Can relate. That's a mood. That's a mood. That's a mood. Read 5% of the fourth Mind F's book at 70% now. It's so good right now, but it's going to be violent, and ordered a pizza. Nice. What kind of pizza did you get? I need to start this series. I was going to do it this weekend with Sarah and Lexi. They did the 24-hour read through, but I was behind on my video for Thursday. So I had to this weekend finish those, because that was for a video that's on Thursday. So that had to happen. So then I had to go, okay. Cause again, the FOMO, everyone was reading, and then I was doing weekend sprints all weekend for NSYNC, and everyone was coming in reading the Mind F series. And I was really having FOMO.
Yeah.
But I had to go, no.
No, must resist.
Must finish vlog.
Yeah.
And finish the books I need to finish before Rom-Comathon starts. And then I can look into that.
Yeah. Yeah.
But can't do it now. My next book is going to be House Across the Lake by Riley Sager. I have not read this one. And I would not say that I am the hugest Riley Sager fan. However, Neva read this and gave it 5 stars. So.
I don't know that I've read any Riley Sager, actually.
I've only read one. So by saying that, I just didn't like the one that I read. Enough to be like, oh, I'm dying to pick up more.
Yeah.
Especially since the one that I read, a lot of people say is like the best one, and I didn't like it. So then I'm like, oh, well.
Yeah.
Although I haven't read Home Before Dark, and everyone does like that one too.
Yeah.
So I think if I'm going to try another one, I own that one, and I may do that one next and give it like don't like not do Survive the Night next, because basically everyone was like not good. So probably not the best one to go to next.
Right.
Decided to do it yesterday. It's just Granny Squares, and I'm going to join them together. Nice. Granny Squares are not a specific size. They can be any size.
Cool.
Who knew? Cool. I think I finished either 9 or 10 last night. Nice, Erin.
That's amazing.
I don't even know how many are in this series. I feel like it's like 20.
Yeah, it's so long at this point. Yeah.
It's really long. And there's also novellas too in between each book.
Oh, Wow.
But Crystal said those were not necessary. Like the story continues in the second book. It's just kind of like an add-on.
Yeah, like a fun thing.
Yeah, I guess it's like because each book is a different couple.
Mm-hmm.
And like, so it's basically like their honeymoon.
Okay.
In between.
So like an epilogue type thing.
It's like a really big epilogue. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Cool. That's my understanding from Crystal.
Yeah.
Who has read, I think, up to 14 or 15 in the series.
Okay. Yeah.
Crystal's the reason I read it because I got a Kindle for Christmas.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know, when I think Kindle, I think romance because that's just seems to be what I think. So I gave Crystal and Neva, like I was like, pick some books for me to read. And I knew Crystal was going to make me read Alien Smut. I knew it. I was fully prepared. I was fully prepared for that to happen. Yeah. Reading Nick and Charlie. I love that novella.
Oh, I love them so much.
To steal from Team Backstreet Boys for Heart on the cover. Nice. Read the first 9 of IPB a couple of years ago. Really love them, but I haven't gone back because Barbarian's Heart, I think, sounded really sad. Oh, no.
Okay.
Oh, no. A sad one?
You can't have a sad one.
I feel like this is the thing. I think they're like deceptively not exactly what they're kind of promoted as.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because yes, there is alien smut in it, but there's a lot more to it than that. And I think especially as you get like further.
Deeper. Yeah.
An interesting development in the sci-fi plot happened a book ago, so I obviously need to know more. Absolutely. That makes sense. That the smut is kind of repetitive. Because I mean, how many ways can you have sex with an alien?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess we'll find out.
I guess. At this point, Aaron knows.
Yeah.
But pepperoni pizza. Oh, yum. Yum, 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 yum. TBR for February, but I don't feel like reading any of it at the moment. Another mood. Been there, bought that t-shirt where I spend all this time making a TBR, making plans, and then reading none of it.
I have been saying I've been like feeling really slumpy so far this year. I think I like burnt myself out a bit in December because I read so much.
Yeah.
And then it's slowly coming back, but I have almost like 3-1 finished Ilana Andrews books this year, they're one of my favorite authors. So I've just been going back and rereading and like reconsuming.
I love that.
And like splicing in like random things to be like, okay, I still like other books.
I kind of feel like that with romance this year. I'm like, I made myself I didn't make myself, but I was like, oh, for Polathon, I'm going to read fantasy. And then I was kind of like, I don't want to read fantasy right now. Why did I make these choices? I just want to read romance.
Yeah.
That's all. I do like other books. I just currently,
don't. Right.
I think there's currently 19 main books, and I've been skipping all the novellas based on what Crystal said. Yeah, I think I'm going to skip all the novellas too, because I think if it's already repetitive, the 19 main books, that would just be a bit much.
Yeah.
Maybe. Just maybe. Start Malibu Rising tonight. Another team book that will give a bonus 50 points. I endorse this message, especially if you're part of Team NSYNC.
Nice.
If you're not, I less support the message, but it's okay. Aliens are my favorite creature. I love them. Just finished Barbarian's Heart, and it's actually not that sad. Okay. It has a sad setup, but it's actually pretty sweet and hopeful. Okay. Nice. So it's like in the end, it's not so sad. It's good to know. Oh, then yes, I support this message of reading Malibu Rising. 100%. Because when I was doing the points today, I was like, oh, Crystal's team book. And I was like, we need to focus on the team books. I was like, oh no.
Zero in on those.
Yeah, I think one person had read the team book. And I was like, oh no. It doesn't even have to be our team book. It can be any of the team books.
Yeah.
So
That's a great way to start it up.
Malibu Rising, Daisy Jones and the Six. Like there's some good choices. I haven't read any of them either, so I need to also take my own advice.
Yeah.
It'll be fun. You can kind of put that in a bad way or a good way, like Ice Plant Barbarians, but they're very sweet and caveman-y. Fair. Ooh, what did you buy?
Share.
I want to know. Dark romance with aliens that are very barbaric and more similar to our Men in History.
Oh yeah,
I love that. Near the Bone and Ninth House.
Ooh.
They're both books I want to read. Have you read?
Neither one. I need to read Ninth House though. I feel like it's going to be right up my street.
Same. I love Dark Academia, and I've heard it's quite dark, which is totally fine.
Yeah.
And I have so much FOMO with everyone reading Hellbent that I'm like, I feel left out.
I was like on the fence about wanting to read Ninth House, and then because I thought it was a standalone, and then when the like Hellbent announcement and everything came out, I was like, ooh, now I'm a little more interested.
Yeah, I think it's gone through quite an evolution of, I think it was supposed to be like 9 books.
Oh.
And now they've dropped it down to 4.
Oh.
I think it went from 9 to 6, and I think now it's at 4. Might be even at 3.
Yeah. Okay.
So, and I think they've just made them like longer so that it's not like Shadow and Bone where like it's like 14 different series that are all connected, which I kind of appreciate because that's like a commitment.
Yeah. Especially when they're like separate and you have to read them in a certain order and
because then I'm like, I don't even know which ones I'm supposed to read in what order.
Yeah. I do love those books though. They're great.
I haven't read them.
I mean,
I read Shadow and Bone last year and I did like it.
Yeah.
But then I just, for some reason, haven't continued.
I mean, sometimes I tell people like, when people ask like about that series, I'm like, just go into Six of Crows. Like the duology, I think is her best work. And Shadow and Bone's great. I do love it, but like there's a nostalgia factor there for me now.
Right.
So like, I think she really hit her stride with Six of Crows.
I'm going to sneeze.
Oh.
Okay, I think I'm okay. I was like, oh, I'll mute myself. These are, I think, the possibilities that we need to choose from.
Okay.
Out of these, I would probably pick the ghost one.
The ghost one sounds fun.
But we have a Margaret.
Yes, hold on. I'm getting caught up on what our choices are.
You're fine.
Okay, so I see your point with the ghost one. But it's Valentine's Day, so I'm going to go with the humorous mystery.
True.
That's good.
That's true. That's a good point.
I'm always going to go for the humor.
That's a good point. Good point. How are you, Margaret?
I'm good. I just finished my walk.
Nice.
I'll probably go start cooking dinner on the next break.
Very good. We're going into a sprint very shortly.
Perfect.
We've already been
I
talking
joined at just the right time.
But I'm going to catch up in the comments. And while we're doing that, what are you going to be reading?
Jesus, you would think I would know to get my book.
I've done that before too. I'm like, you think I don't do this ever?
Hi, my name is Margaret. This is my first time on Sprints ever. I'm completely unprepared. I didn't know what to bring.
It's fine.
No, I'm gonna be working on. I'll probably be watching Critical Role while I make dinner, but I'm gonna be working on Chain of Thorns because I do have some things that I need to do that I have to like. I'm gonna be working on that because I want to not Chain of Thorns, Chain of Iron. I want to get to Chain of Thorns at some point. So I'm in this mood where like picking up a book is the last thing I want to do. But every time I do pick the book up, I'm like, yeah, this is good. I'm having fun.
Literally same.
Totally understand that feeling.
So yeah, that's where we are right now.
Fair. Good. You're starting the team book now and hoping to read Malibu Rising next week. Thank you, Kelsey. Team NSYNC needs your points. Thank you. A vote for A. What's that book called, Mika? We would like to know.
Sure.
We would like to know more information. The description sounded great. To be fair, I'm also reading Night Crawling by Leah Motley. So that might be throwing me off my perception of barbarians are being sad. Fair. You might be grading on a curve.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's holy shit, who is calling me? Nobody I care about.
I was like, what happened? I thought StreamYard was having a moment.
Yeah, no, that was my phone ringing because I have it on vibrate now, so I actually listen when my brother calls. It's really funny because I'm watching a previous campaign, like their first campaign, having watched their third one, and their third one has a really, really bad like battle, and so it's really funny watching all the moments that are supposed to be the emotional moments in this first campaign because I'm like, yeah, worse has happened. Worse has happened to these people. This isn't even like top 10 worst character moments over all 3 campaigns.
Right? I mean, again, grading on a curve.
Yeah.
It's heard it's going to be a trilogy. I think that's what I was thinking it was.
Mm-hmm.
Tried to put Daisy Jones and the Six on hold, and I'm number 519 for about 6 weeks. Yeah.
Probably because of the movie coming out.
I think so. I just had to make a decision and buy it off Audible because I was like, okay, I want to do it with the audiobook, and the wait was long.
Yeah.
Hi, I believe these are hellos from Margaret.
Yes. Hi. It's funny because you never know. Sometimes if I'm not going to get to it right away, I'll still put it on hold and I'll wait and read a few other things because I've had things that have been like, yeah, you're 16 weeks out, and then I'll get it like a week later and be like, I'm not ready for this yet. You told me I had 16 weeks.
Yep.
Yeah.
This happened with my Delilah Green the other night. I was like, I'm going to put it on hold. It says 4 weeks. I need it for Rom-Comathon this week. But it'll
be fine.
It'll be fine. Yeah. Last night during sprints, it came deliver now. And I was like,
that's funny.
Hello, gamer. How are you?
Where? I'm talking about the Vox Machina and Hell's campaigns for Critical Role. I'm currently watching all of the Vox Machina so that my brother can't tell me he has spoilers ever again. Which is funny because he hasn't watched it, but when we were watching, he was like, "Oh yeah, I know what happens in episode 4." I was like, "Bitch, so do I."
You're like, I am caught up.
And not because I'd watched the campaign, because I knew people who were like, I wasn't ready for that. Like, I knew what was coming, but I wasn't ready. And I was like, I mean, I know it's fine. He's alive in campaign 3. I know it's going to be fine.
Yeah.
Okay, we've hit the end of the comments. So should we start reading and Margaret can eat?
Yes, Margaret is going to go throw some stuff in the oven.
There. Okay, let's go. Hello. How'd it go?
Hello. Good. Stuck with this, and I read 30 pages.
Nice.
Perfect timing. I just got upstairs from making the dinner. It has 10 minutes left before it needs to be out of the oven.
Nice. That was perfect timing. I got to page 197.
Good.
I have like 100 pages left.
Oh, you got it.
I can do it. I can do it.
You got it.
I hopefully. Hi, Courtney. How are you? Just finished dinner, and I'm feeling much better this week. I'm so glad that you're feeling better, Steph, because I know you've been having not such couple great weeks. Ready to get back into reading. I saw what you were reading. It was one of the Brown sisters. Yes? Mm-hmm. On Instagram? I think I saw that. Had dinner and got to 75%. Everyone's eating dinner.
I also had dinner.
It is dinner time.
Yeah.
See, it's later for me. So it's almost 9 here. So it's not really dinner time anymore. Mm-hmm. But I was like, oh, everyone's having dinner. And there's more as we get through the
In theory, I would be eating like now, but that's not how it worked. So never how it works.
Mm-hmm.
There. 35 pages of night crawling.
Nice.
Read 35 pages of My Heart is a Chainsaw and ate dinner. That was a dinner sprint. Mm-hmm. Read 30 pages of The Art of Deception and started assembling my sweater. That's so exciting. Margaret, what are you crocheting there?
I decided to restart my genre blanket because I didn't like it was doing some wonky things with the sizing, and I changed the colors a couple of times. I was like, you know what? We're early enough in this bitch. I can start it over.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Are you doing 2 rows per book?
1920. Okay, perfect. I am doing 1 row that is the genre and 1 row that is the format.
Oh, that's neat.
So
I like the idea.
Currently, this is January. We've got 3 thrillers, a sci-fi, and then 2 of them were audiobooks and 2 of them were physical.
Oh, I love that idea of doing like 1 row for the genre, 1 row for what you're doing. I love that.
And because they are half double crochets, that means that they were all adult books. So for young adult, I do a double crochet. I'm potentially going to do a triple crochet for middle grade or something else. I haven't decided yet. Because we need to take up some space.
Mm-hmm. Fair.
Got 300 stitches in width. So, and I only read like 100 books a year.
Fair. 23% of We Sold Our Souls and still undecided how I feel. Yeah, that's the one that I'm the most nervous to read of the team books because I've already read Malibu Rising, so I'm not rereading that. Daisy Jones, I feel like I'm going to like Daisy Jones. This Lovely City, I think, is going to be good, but We Sold Our Souls is horror, and I still have not quite decided if I am a horror girl. I haven't made my final thoughts. They just tend to always be 3 stars for me. It's like 3 stars. And I just think it might be me.
Yeah.
I like horror when it has like some deeper meaning in it. Like it was a 3-star, but I like Sorrowland by River Solomon. Like the horror part was really well executed. In the way that she addressed Black and Indigenous trauma. It kind of fell apart towards the end with some of the pacing for me.
Right.
But like the horror element was really well done.
Mm-hmm.
And then like I loved My Heart is a Chainsaw. It was so good. So, and like the way that he managed to do, like I gave it 4 stars. I should have given it 5. And I think I changed my rating since because the way he was able to do a teenage girl and not make me go, this was written by a man at any point in the book was just
yeah.
Like it's brilliant.
Sorry, I was distracted. I was given a chocolate covered strawberry.
Oh, very
nice. I was actually wondering what you were given. I was like, something was given, but I don't know what it was.
It is vodka.
I thought it might have been a coffee because you know how StreamYard is about this big when you're the one in StreamYard. And I was like, that might have been a coffee, but I'm not sure.
A little strawberry.
Dani Brown. Nice. Have you read any of the Brown sisters, Margaret?
Oh, I've read all of them.
See, we haven't read them yet. Mm-hmm. We're feeling the FOMO.
My favorite, it's funny. It's funny because my favorite is Chloe, Brianna's is Dani, and then Cal's is Eve. And like it makes so much sense when you read them.
It makes sense with the
like just knowing, like I was like, oh my god, this makes so much sense on so many levels. But no, I really liked them. I think like Chloe Brown is just a good one for me because I don't deal with chronic pain, but there were some moments that I was like, oh yeah, these are chronic illness moments. I recognize these moments. Like there's a point at the very beginning where she's like, oh, I can't do this because then my family will think something's wrong and they'll freak out.
Right.
So I feel that on a deep personal and spiritual level.
Mm-hmm.
So, but they are all very, very fun. I think I like them. Like if we were to rank them, I would rank them in the order that they came out, honestly. But yeah, they're very good.
I need to get to that series sooner rather than later. Read 30 pages and up to 280. And 79% still loving this book. Definitely a 5-star read. Yay. I love that. Glad to have a couple more of her books on the way. Very nice. I'm going to assemble one side of the arm of the sweater. Yay.
Nice.
I feel like that would be, I'm so fascinated that you're making a sweater because I just know that's so outside my abilities.
I have one over there that I haven't worked on in a while just because we've gotten to a point where I actually have to pay attention to what I'm doing again. And I'm just like, nah.
Fair
enough.
Sadly, this is my last sprint. It is 12:40 a.m. here, and I almost dropped my book falling asleep during last sprint. I have done that before.
I have whacked myself. I've whacked myself. Mostly, I usually whack myself in the face with my phone. But yeah, I've done that with the book too.
I've also done that with my phone, like when I'm like in bed watching like a YouTube video, and I think that I have the energy to watch it, and then the next thing you know, phones are now a projectile.
Yep.
I'm more tired than I thought. I feel like that's going to happen to me with the Kindle. Sometime I'll be like reading in bed, and the next thing you know, the Kindle will be like smacking me inside the face.
I have dropped all manner of electronic and bookish things on my face.
The life of a reader.
Yeah. That's what you're there for, right?
Yeah.
Then I'm going to add squares to the middle to make it wide enough. Interesting.
Nice.
I'm fascinated by this whole sweater making. Got to 12% of Malibu Rising, and I'm liking it. I loved Malibu Rising. I really did. I loved Nina Riva.
Nice.
I think that is good that you're liking it.
No.
Oh no. We picked wrong.
We picked the wrong one.
No.
That's on me.
Wanted to crochet a book blanket this year. I better get started. You know, I think Neva's making one too, and I don't think Neva started yet either. That's why I think we should have like a crochet thing in the Discord. I think I'm going to add that.
Nice.
Or make one of them add it because I can't actually add anything. Hi, Amy. No worries. You can come anytime. We're still going to be here for a couple more sprints. Working on House in the Cerulean Sea. Nice. One time I was laughing and dropped my phone on my mouth and chipped my front tooth.
Oh, no.
My goodness. New fear acquired.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry that happened. I could see, I mean, phones are kind of heavy. Like they're getting bigger and heavier now versus smaller.
Why do you think I have been holding on to my S9? It might be like, it's got a busted ass screen right here. There are pieces of the screen missing, and they've been missing since about like 6 months into me having it, but it is a wonderful size and I don't want to get rid of it, and it hasn't died on me yet.
Same. I don't want to upgrade my phone for the same reason as I was like, because after this, when they start getting exponentially larger,
it's also paid off, and I don't want to have to like. I like where my phone bill is right at this moment.
Yeah,
that's fair too, because it's not cheap.
No,
cell phone bills are not like cheap at all.
No.
Although I would die without my phone, like it's a necessary thing in my life. But
yeah. Oh, I don't go anywhere without it. I've been stranded on the side of the road too many times. And thankfully, I've only ever been stranded on the side of the road in a time when I had a cell phone. But like, I don't know what I'd do if I wasn't.
Yeah, I think I have like left many things at home, but like if I leave my phone, I will turn around and get it again. Although I don't think I would ever get very far without it. But like even if I forgot my wallet, I can pay with my phone. Like it's literally like it has everything that I could possibly.
I will be right back. That's my food.
Except for my license, I guess. Yeah. But whatever.
So, yeah. I'm afraid I'm going to have to replace mine this year. We're going into year 5 of this phone.
Oh, yeah.
And it starts to do the battery and the shutting off and all that stuff. And I'm like, I don't want to lose things.
I can understand that. I kind of think because I film on my phone. So I did when I started doing BookTube in August, I was like, I should really go get, because mine doesn't have like as nice a camera as the new phones do because it's older. Although it's still a good phone, it's fine. But I was like, oh, should I go get like a new one? But I'm still like, oh, do I want a bigger phone?
I mean, I film on my phone and it's old. Like I said, it's older, but I don't know how. I couldn't tell you what number it is.
No, I don't know that either. But it works. I think I was surprised by how many people film on their phone. Like when Bree told me she filmed on her phone, I was like, oh.
Yeah.
I'm not weird. Everyone does.
I know. Yeah.
But the cameras on phones are really good.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's really not necessary to have, unless you're maybe a huge booktuber.
Yeah, maybe.
But the chip is gone because the tooth I needed a root canal. So it's fair. I had a root canal last year. So it wasn't too bad. I was expecting it to be significantly, maybe I just overhyped it was like, oh, this is going to be horrendous. And it wasn't as bad as I thought.
That's good.
I managed to give myself a fat lip dropping my phone on my face.
Yeah.
We're dangerous to ourselves.
Yeah. I bit my lip once when I dropped my phone on my face, and that was not that hurt.
Yeah. I love that we've descended into phone-related injuries. You never know where sprints are going to take you.
I have only ever injured my phone. I don't think it's ever injured me.
I'm surprised my phone hasn't smashed the amount of times I drop it. Like my case must be excellent.
Like
I'm the worst.
Caught it before it dropped one time while it had a case on. I changed that case and smashed it into the side of the table, like right here. And so now there's like, that's how that got there. You can see that that little spidery thing. This one, I dropped it again, had the case on, but that one corner was out. That's how that got. Yeah. I was coming home from jogging. I was like, that got it. Motherfucker.
Still need to finish my temperature blanket from last year. No worries. Doing a genre blanket, but I need a break from the year-long projects. That makes sense.
Yeah. See, it's funny because it's made me kind of be like looking at the blanket, like I'm like considering what colors I want to make sure that I get in there. And I'm like, I need to read more high fantasy, which was already one of my goals. And so now I already have.
Oh, that's a really good, I never really thought that you could make you like read genres. But that's actually a really cool idea.
Yeah.
No problem. Have a good rest. The dud has been on my Kindle since 2012. So now that I can delete it. Well, there you go. Getting rid of books. My 4 front teeth needed root canal. You weren't. Yeah, it wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. I think I overhyped how bad it was going to be. So.
I have to go to the dentist and I know I'm going to need fillings and I don't want to go. Not because I don't like getting the fillings, because I know that involves needles in my mouth.
Yeah. I mean, that's how I ended up getting to the point of needing a root canal, because I put off going longer than maybe I should have.
Yeah.
I haven't been to the dentist in like 10 years.
Because I literally hate going. So like I have such anxiety over it that I just didn't. But then I got an infected tooth and I had no choice because that was painful. Yeah. The root canal was nothing compared to that. I think it depends on the person. My dad had a hard time with it. Yeah, it could be. It could also depend on like which tooth too, because I think some nerves are painful.
Yeah. I got my my wisdom teeth removed finally because one of them in the back the way it had come up, like not all of the tooth had erupted, so like half of it was still in the gum and it had created a pocket that kept getting filled with gunk. Mm-hmm. And so I had them removed, and this side the wisdom teeth had actually come in, and this side they had to dig around on. This was the only side that got bruising. This side was perfectly like fine. I had no problems with the healing on that side, but I did get some bruising on this one. Like I generally don't have dental anxiety. It's needle anxiety that gets to me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, mine is definitely dental anxiety. Like the sounds that I just can't, I cannot. When I got my wisdom teeth taken out, I was like, they were like, do you need like gas? And I was like, no, I need to be out. Like I cannot be.
Yeah. I cannot. That's weird because they put you out here. Like you are out completely. That's
well, I was because I said that was the only way that was going to happen.
Yeah, no, that's at least where most of the practices I know, you going out is a given.
Yeah.
For wisdom teeth removal.
Not here. I had to go to my dentist couldn't even do it because I wanted to be fully out. Mm-hmm. So I had to go to like a special dental surgeon because I wanted to be fully out.
Had to too. My only regret was he offered to take off because I have 2 moles here. I don't mind this one. I wish I told him to take this one off because it gets in the way of my lipstick all the time.
Yeah.
It's such a good.
That's a good reason though.
Yeah. It's such a vain reason, but it's just like, this is annoying.
Yeah. Same tooth twice. Oh, no. Oh, that sounds not fun. Needed 4 to be pulled, including a root canal that my old dentist did wrong. Oh that would be so frustrating.
Yeah, my mother would rather have another baby than have anyone in her mouth.
Yeah, I'm not into the whole dentist thing. I know that we must, but just it's not my thing. I just don't like it. I would rather go to the doctor a million times than any of that. Doing a pages blanket with a row for every day and colors based on how many pages I read.
Ooh.
It's pushing me to read more pages. I like that idea.
Yeah, see, for me right now, it would just be a whole bunch of whatever color I use for 0.
That's a mood. That's a mood.
Yeah.
Eventually, I will get to the end of the Vox Machina campaign, and this obsession will release me for a short bit. But then I have to get caught up on Bell's House. And we got to do. I'm just like, I've got another 400 hours of watching to go.
I admire you though. I've been trying to watch the first campaign for probably 4 months now, and each episode is just like I do about 1 a week.
Yeah. I have suggestions for you if you would like, because I know the first few episodes, Orion does have some places where he makes it awkward. There are some places where the audio and stuff are not great.
Yeah.
I didn't find it. It's funny because people really built it up with like you're going to be uncomfortable the entire time. I didn't find it as there were moments that were uncomfortable and weird.
Yeah.
But a lot of those moments felt more like a me thing than anyone in the room was uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm.
But I also watch everything on at least 1.5 times speed
at
all times. And I have the captions on.
Yeah.
That was my timer. Again, I will be right back.
No problem. Hi, Mare. I hope you're having fun at work. Or a good day at work. I guess fun would not really, but a good day at work. 2 of the 4 that I needed to pull are wisdom teeth. Knocked out completely for my wisdom teeth. Yeah. I don't know how anyone could do it awake.
Mm-mm.
I know some people. I know some do, but that's not my jam. No,
I would need to be out.
If I need to be cut in any sort of surgical way, I do not want to be awake for it. The only time that was not an option was my C-section. But they make you stay awake.
Yeah.
If I had an option, I may not have chosen that.
I feel like that's a special case but
Yeah.
most surgeries, they're like, nah, we'll just put you.
I would like to be asleep for most surgeries.
Yeah.
For my wisdom teeth, I had a choice. Yeah, I had to like push for it, but I was like, it's not happening any other way. So, but I think they put me out because my wisdom teeth were growing into the nerve in my jaw. Oh, no.
Ouch.
Doing white for 0, and I haven't had to use it yet, but there's definitely more than very pale, which is less than 50 pages. I love the Critical Role. I was just watching the last episode of the current campaign earlier today.
Nice.
I don't normally get a break with the client canceled, so it has been good. Well, I'm glad you could pop in and say hi. I feel like I need to get you on Tuesday Night Sprints with Friends again because I haven't gotten to talk to you in forever. It's hard with some of the Australian Australian friends just to make the times work.
Oh, yeah.
But it'll be a little bit easier when we spring forward and they fall back.
Mm-hmm.
The 15-hour time difference becomes 13 hours, and that's a little easier to
work around. Yeah,
a little bit. My fear with dental work is that it'll start hurting.
It's like you said, the sounds and I can't relax like at all.
Like the scraping. And I tried to listen to audiobooks, but because it's in your mouth, you can hear it in your ears regardless of listening to anything. Like it doesn't cancel anything else.
Because it's all connected. So, yeah.
Okay. It's also hard because I can only join Tuesdays every second week. That makes sense. Mark, I need to like put your schedule in my phone. So that I know when your second weeks are. When's your next Tuesday night off? It must be next week. I'll message.
Yeah. Right?
I mean, if she works this week and every second week off, that would
right. I'm with you.
Logic would make sense to me. I'll message you. We'll get it in the calendar. That is the end of this. Not the sprints. The comments. That's the end of the sprints. Bye, everybody. No. The end of the comments. We'll hold the timer, and we will get to reading. Let's go. Hello.
Hello.
How do we do?
Good. Switched over to my audiobook.
Oh, nice. What's your audiobook?
Sweep in Peace. I'll get these directions tonight.
Very good. Very good.
I've lost my book.
Oh no.
I started listening to Chain of Iron because I was doing some chores and folding laundry, and it's not here.
It has walked off, has it?
Apparently. There it is.
I have definitely done that before, where I'm like, where did I put my book down? Especially when you're listening to audio, because sometimes you just like close it and put it down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I put shit on top of it.
I got to page 244.
Oh, getting close.
I know. I can, if we do a slightly longer last sprint, I can finish it. Yeah. Which is probably what we're going to do. If everyone's up for that. But that's probably the plan. So that I can finish that.
Let's see. 386. I read for 15 minutes. I read 17 pages that time.
Nice.
So there's that.
This is a reread for you, right?
Yes, it is a reread. I'm rereading it so that I can continue on because I like to reread these books. Motherfucker. This yarn has fallen like 4 times.
Oh no. Oh no. Where am I in the comments?
I'm back.
Hold on. Let me figure out where I was.
I also ate dinner while we were.
Oh, what'd you have?
I made myself chicken caprese. It's like basically you marinate it, and I marinate it because I'm not a heathen. The recipe just wants you to like drizzle, just drizzle the stuff over it before throwing it in the oven, and I'm just like, just drizzling herbs and oil over that doesn't do anything to the flavor.
Yeah.
It's just gonna all sit on. So I marinate it in balsamic vinegar, olive oil, some like oregano and stuff, and then I throw it in the oven. You put it with like the original recipe calls just for tomatoes, but I throw in like onion and zucchini and stuff like that to make, to get more veggies in there.
Mm-hmm.
So I did that, and I did roasted potatoes.
Oh, that sounds really good.
Yeah. Yep. That's very good.
Does sound good. Alicia got to 90%. And the past sprint was a roller coaster. This book has made me cry, angry, so many emotions. I kind of love a book that does that, though, to be truthfully honest. Yeah. Got to 32% of We Sold Our Souls.
Nice.
Read 10%, and I'm really loving it so far. See, I need to read the Brown Sisters. I need to. This needs to be a priority soon.
Yeah.
Not sure how many pages I did that time. I don't remember where I started in the last sprint. See, this is why I've stopped even trying to remember. And now I just go, this is where I'm at.
Oh, see, that's what I use. I have Bookly to keep track for me, so I just start the timer.
See, I should do that.
It's really nice. I pay for the fancy version.
Yeah.
It's worth it. Like it's probably the most used app on my phone, I think, besides. Yeah.
See, Neva has it too, and she loves it too.
Yeah. It's glitchy. It is so glitchy and it annoys the hell out of me, but I love it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Because I never remember to like take note of where I was.
Yeah.
Never. So now I'm just like, I'm here. Yeah. If you want to pay attention for me in the comments, because every time I come back, I'm like, I'm here. Then that's how far I've gone. You can scroll back to the last one and find out how many pages that was. 22% of Malibu Rising. That was a fast read. Like, I feel like that's a fast book.
Mm-hmm.
There's like, it's kind of not in real time, but for a little bit it is. So it's quite fast paced. 47% of the Cerulean Sea. I have to finish it by tomorrow night for book club. So I'm hoping to get a big chunk done tonight. Really enjoying it. Nice. 20 pages of Art of Deception. Hi, Rainy. How are you? What are you up to tonight? I know Tuesday night you have something on Tuesday nights. Circus?
Yeah.
Question mark?
One thing that might be interesting if you're having a book club discussion about, I don't know what kind of book club or if they'd be open to this. It would be to do a little bit of research before the book club about his marketing of the book and how Indigenous people have reacted to that. Because he made a big marketing push on the fact that part of it was inspired by the 60s scoop. So there are a lot of Indigenous readers that really have some feelings about that book.
It's one of the reasons I haven't picked up the book, because I didn't read it when it first came out.
Yeah.
But by the time I even kind of knew about the book,
I have
all the stuff about residential schools had come out, and I was just like, you know what?
And it's really sad because
I know it's a really good book and I've heard really great things about it, but I just don't know if I want to support something.
Support that. And I actually did some, it's not the first time he's done this with a community he's not part of.
Oh, really?
I don't believe. I think, I can't remember the exact situation, but I understand that it is a really, really heartwarming and wonderful book, but I have Indigenous friends. I'm not touching that shit with a 10-foot pole with the way that the way it makes them feel. I don't think.
Yeah, makes sense.
Personally, I understand why it's popular. I don't personally. And I think what bothers me more than people reading it is that people read it and talk about how wonderful it is without talking about any of the harm that he's done in regards to how he, there were so many other schools like that in history. I'm sorry, I'm getting on so, but there's so many other schools like that in history that were preying on not Indigenous people, on actual white kids.
Yeah. Well, it's a really important discussion to have, though. It's really important. I mean, especially, I know this is not just a Canadian problem, but here in Canada, residential schools have been really recently. There's been a lot of things discovered at residential schools that obviously the communities knew what was going on and were talking about, and people were not listening. And now, with evidence, it's very impossible not to listen because, frankly,
one of my friends, her mom is terrified of the government coming to take away my friend's child.
Yeah,
because that was mom's experience.
I cannot even imagine.
So it's just one of those things that I wish more, I get why people like it. I just wish that there was more discussion of what all of that stuff and less just wholehearted, this is the best book I've read all year with no kind of critical thought there, because it is a book that has actually harmed communities.
Absolutely.
There was an interview where he was talking about the residential schools, and it was a pretty good interview. And he's like, yeah, and that's what, but in that interview, he was like, yeah, and the main lesson of the book is kindness.
No.
I was like, you couldn't have been don't be a colonial piece of bullshit. But it's funny when you have stuff like that, like Wildwood that I just read, that I felt did not, it appropriated some Indigenous culture. And it was set in Oregon with zero Indigenous representation in it, which would have been tricky anyways. But it's one of those things where I'm I can think of, at least on one hand, several instances that you could have used to inspire that are primarily white history. The Magdalene Laundries was another horrific, it was a Catholic school, horrific, happened in Ireland. So, and I think a lot of it is misplaced desire to give a voice to people that you think are voiceless, but they have the voice. It's just that we're taking up the room.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Anyways.
I was just about to say, and back to the comments. How do we transition?
Thing to discuss with your bookshelf, and then I went off. I'm sorry.
No, it wasn't. No, never apologize because it's stuff that needs to be discussed, like you said, because it's not necessarily being discussed, which is a problem.
And like somebody might not know.
Yeah.
Well, and that's it, because I think because it's not overly discussed, I think some people don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is why it's and I talk about it specifically because I have Indigenous friends who are like, I wish more people knew about this. I wish more, but they don't listen when I try to talk to them. And so I'll just be like, hey, you should look this up. And I try not to, like, I just get mad for my friends.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Rightfully. Anyway, Erin, really hungry now. It's lunchtime here. I love time zones. It's always like, what time is it where you are?
Nice.
Yeah. Almost done with Chloe Brown, 30% left. I forgot you were reading Chloe. I did know this, but I forgot. And you have Circus. That's what I thought. I cannot believe you are still doing Ariel's at like, what, 7 months pregnant?
I love watching her Instagram stories of it.
I mean, that doesn't surprise me. There is a lot that like, I've heard of prima ballerinas that continue up until 7 or 8 months just so that they don't lose those skills. So it makes sense that you would do it as long as it's safe for both you, as long as I think a lot of those is like, as long as you feel comfortable. So like, that's the same thing they tell you about, like, if you're a jogger, just go until you stop feeling comfortable.
Yeah, it's kind of like, don't start exercise that you didn't do before, but like, if you've always done it, then totally fine to keep doing it. Use Bookly, but I just paused it between sprints, so I know where I was at the start of the first sprint and not this sprint. Gotcha.
That's funny.
It is a good app as long as that was when I was doing when I did the challenge where reading for 24 hours, like, but with the timer. I was like, I'm going to mess this up for sure. At some point, I am going to forget to stop it or forget to start it.
Every time. Yeah, exactly.
Gonna happen. Got to 16% of Secretly Yours and 11% of This Lovely City. How are you liking Secretly Yours? I feel like at 16%, you might not like know much yet, but like I read it yesterday and I actually really liked it. It's a slow burn, but once it kicks off, it kicked off.
It kicks off.
Took a minute, but once it got there, the fact that, okay, let me try to read that again. The fact that what he was doing really messes with the message of the book.
Yeah. I think it was more about racism wouldn't exist if we were kinder. And I'm just like, that simplifies the issue.
That's a really simplified message. Yeah.
Yeah. That like, there's so much there.
And it bothers me.
I'm not the person to get into it.
Yeah. We don't have to keep going, but it does bother me that I feel like he acknowledged it maybe once and like,
and
but I feel like it was not even really acknowledged till people started having issues too. It wasn't like, this is what I was trying to do.
So
it was like a after effect. Do you know what I mean?
What I've read, he researched many of the different residential, not just the Indigenous residential schools, because like we say resident, but there are also similar institutions that have been throughout European, especially specifically British history. Like everything we did to the Native Americans, we did in Britain to like the Irish first, basically, or a lot of it, or took back and did to the Irish, things like that, and not just like the British. It's complicated, but like he mentioned that he did a bunch of research into a bunch of the different schools, and the residential schools were like the starting point. However, those are the only ones that he mentions, and he kind of used that as a marketing push. And there, from what I have read, there may be more out there and going out there. Like I know he's acknowledged it a couple of times, but I think it's more like the fact that he was like, yeah, this is based, and he used it kind of as points to push his book.
Right, like as a selling feature.
As a selling point rather than, and he doesn't, from what I can tell, he doesn't go around saying like, well, yeah, this is what turned me on to it. here are some other authors that you can do. Make sure you're like, it's the same thing with Stephanie Meyer and the Quillette tribe, that she's got all of the success from the book. And that's even her other racism issues aside. And she's not contributed any of that to, she's made a name off of them and used them as part of her lore. I mean, all of these buku dollars, but she's never she's done nothing to help them move, and they desperately need to move to higher ground.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
And even if he had used like the Magdalene Laundries, the fact that like the message is still would have been fucked up, because the message there is actually, it's about abuse of power. It's not about kindness and being kind. It's about abuse of power.
This is TJ.
Oh, I'm so sorry, TJ Klune.
Yeah.
We're talking about his book. So, anyways, it's just, yeah, I try to be nice about it for the most part, because I know it's not my place to be angry about it, but also like having had some of the conversations that I've had with some of my friends, it's like,
absolutely.
Like there have been a few times in the Avengers chat where like Thor would say, hey, so-and-so is saying this shit, and I'm going to blow it. Like, can someone else besides me address this? Because I don't feel like I should be the only one addressing this. And we would just go in and be like, hey guys, this is not, no. So, okay.
Rainy. Going to keep going so I don't lose my strength.
Yeah.
With the aerials. Definitely get tired more easily though. Yeah.
And that totally makes sense. Like
I mean, anyone who's pregnant I remember when I was pregnant, I was useless. I was like, I can't do anything. Like I lost all ability to function. I was so exhausted. You're making a human.
Yeah.
That's a lot of work.
Yeah.
But it would be really funny. I've had multiple pregnant coworkers, and the way that people would suddenly be like, oh, you can't lift it. You can't. It's like, why don't you let her set her own limits?
Right.
Yeah.
Like if she needs help, she'll ask for it.
Yeah.
It's funny how we like to treat pregnant women or pregnant people as like they're made of glass, but then also not provide any actual care.
Yeah.
When it matters.
Yes. Luckily in Canada, we do have a few things that you guys don't have in the States with maternity leave and things, but it could always be better.
So anyway.
Yeah, that's the thing that bothered me so much, because when I read it, I wouldn't have assumed that it was direct inspo.
I heard the plot and immediately thought of the residential schools. And I was like, but I also was like, yeah, well, there were a lot of schools, like not like it was a whole other horror, but there were a lot of schools that kind of did do that through history. A lot of boarding schools were really, really, especially when you had lower class poor kids in them, were really, really abusive. Like you can read a Dickens novel and find it in like half of his novels. You've got a really abusive boarding school.
True. This is a really great point, Erin.
Yeah, Indigenous children didn't need
this is not what we're trying to.
Yeah. So,
and never be sorry. It's an important discussion to have. Like seriously.
Oh yeah, and because you're from Australia, so you probably know a lot more about. Because I feel like, I don't know, I feel like they are maybe slightly ahead of us down there. Not by much, but slightly.
Maybe a little bit. Maybe.
Especially like not necessarily Australia, but I believe New Zealand actually tends to be a little bit better about recognizing Indigenous cultures, which is, we could learn a few things from that.
Couldn't we?
But
hold on, I'm just gonna
change the
timer. Oh, that's the worst.
What is the book? It's God, I can't remember the name, but it was one of the Avengers books, the Quay Molina book. That was like we read that, and Cal had done some research into because of what his background in his degree was. He had done some research into how the British treated the Aboriginal peoples of Australia. Yeah, exactly. and we're not.
No.
What was that?
We're absolutely not taught. It should be. It definitely should be discussed. Yeah.
And it's funny that I understand people find it uncomfortable and they feel like I've never in my life really felt guilty about something that's happened in the past. Like, I feel like the guilt that people put on themselves, it's you're putting that on you.
Absolutely.
I want the information so that I know what happened and I understand the traumas that have affect my friends.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Well, and it just keeps people from being ignorant because sometimes you just don't know. And if we're not taught, how are we to know?
And also, when you know how other people operate and the backgrounds, and you get a lot more jokes. You understand a lot.
That wasn't where I thought you were going to go with it.
Listen, I was in a Walmart and I heard this kid do something, and I looked over in time to see his mother whip her shoe off in the middle of Walmart and hold it up. And that child got. I'm like, I'm so glad that I get to have you get all of those really weird, specific cultural jokes when you're sitting there learning about other people's trauma too, which is a weird takeaway from it. But there's a lot of stuff that you think is okay until you know the history behind it, and then. I don't know. I just like having the information and the knowledge because something may seem like it's fine. Like in the case of this book, it might seem like it's fine, but then you know the context of it and the history that's led up to it, and you go, okay, but in this instance, it's not.
Right. Absolutely.
And I'd like to reduce the amount of harm I do, and you can't do that without the information.
That's right. Absolutely. And with that, I am going to put us into the last sprint, but are you guys okay to do an hour?
Why not?
Yeah.
Do a crazy dance.
Sounds good. Let me get the banners up and all the things. All the things you have to click. And are we ready?
Yep.
Let's go. Hello. How did we do on that last sprint?
Hello. Good. I don't know the numbers, though.
The only reason I know is because I finished.
Yeah. Oh, good. Good.
It's done.
Yeah.
2 stars.
Oh, no.
We're going to just move on from
It's done.
I finished it.
Yeah.
Now I need to vlog about it, but I'm going to wait till the morning because I don't think it would be a very interesting vlog update at this point.
Yeah. Sometimes I need the coherency of morning.
Yeah. I feel like a tired rant might just be a bit too much.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'll rant with some sleep.
Yeah.
That might be better.
Yeah.
Everything's fine though. Margaret, how did you do?
I'm figuring that out at the moment.
That's fine. I finished my book, but it was 2 stars. So.
Oh no, which book was it?
The Honey Dauntless by Christina Lauren.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah, it's sad because last week I read a Christina Lauren for book club and 5-starred it. So there's real
I hear that a lot with their stuff that yeah. Which is interesting because that kind of tells me that they write a lot of very different books. And anyways, yeah.
Yeah, it just isn't consistent. Like the writing from book to book.
Okay, I got to page 412.
Oh, that's not bad. How big is that one? It's in the 800s, right?
It's so big. It's like 600 pages. These books, I'm going to be honest, I'm sitting here reading this, 656 pages.
Okay.
They don't need to be as big. Like, she's got so many plot lines going in. What she needed to do was make this 5 books instead of 3.
Right.
And split some of this up. I'm sorry, there's too much book. Like, I love these books. I love them. But she is fitting so much, like, a lot of it is she's, like, fitting so much character development in with not a lot of plot. So a lot of the plot ends up getting rehashed.
Right.
And she already has a slight issue with repetition.
Oh, okay.
And I'm saying
I've only read the first 3.
Yeah.
So I'm very behind in the Cassandra Clare one.
Yeah. She anyways, yeah. I love them. I enjoy the heck out of them, but they are not like it's the characters that make the books more. They're not perfect works of fiction by any stretch of the imagination.
Let me just get to the comments and then we're gonna wrap this up because it's getting late. Hi Courtney. I'm watching TV. 34 pages percent of Secretly Yours, and I'm done for the night. A bit slow start, but now I'm liking it. Yeah, I had the same feelings with it. It's a slow burn, but once it gets going. But I feel that happens with Friends to Lovers a lot. It's a slow burn, but then once it starts, it's like, okay.
It's so funny. I love slow burn so much. And yet at the same time, one chapter and I'm like, okay, there's not enough kissing right now, guys. Come on. Let's go. It is one of my favorite ways to consume stories. And I'm also like, I need there to be romantic tension 100% of the way through. They need to be together at all times.
I totally understand.
This is why I read fan fiction, because they're usually short.
No. I used to love diving into a nice long fan fiction, but you can't put that on Goodreads, so I don't do that as often. I'll get hyperfixated on stuff. Like once I'm caught up to Vox Machina, on both ends of Vox Machina, I'll probably be reading a whole bunch of Vox Machina fanfic. I'm a normal person.
No, I love it. Erin got 195 pages of night crawling. 47% of We Sold Our Souls for Lexi. A third of the way through Malibu Rising. You got a lot done because I think you started this book at the start of the sprints, if I'm not correct. So you've done a chunk. And only an hour left of the 4th Mind F series, which is awesome. How many? 5? There's 5? I think there's 5.
I think so.
I feel like there's 5. Who knows? But I think there's 5. Anyway, that is it for tonight because I'm starting to get tired. It's like 11:15 here. So, time change. Time differences, don't. Do you guys have anything you want to promote before I end the sprints?
The only thing I have is I do sprints on Saturday mornings at 11 a.m. I think that's where we're keeping it for now, just because that seems to be a nice sweet spot, and I get a lot of people that want to watch. And that is currently the only thing going on my channel right now. And I just posted the if you're doing the Eras Reading Challenge, I just on the Twitter, I just posted the form.
I saw that and I was like, oh yeah, I need to submit my books.
I was trying to figure some stuff out to see if I'd still be able to do it the way I wanted to. And then time just got away from me. And I was like, oh, the new round starts, or the next bit starts soon. I need to get on that.
Yeah, I was like, oh, reminder, submit books, and probably do it tomorrow, or I will forget and never do it again.
Well, you do have until I'm giving people Sunday? Since it hasn't been up. I'm giving people till Saturday noon my time.
Cool. Good. And
then I'm moving some things around because I was a bad person and forgot to get information up to people. So
that happens. It does happen. And I will be back here Tuesday night because I'm here every Tuesday night for Tuesday night sprints with friends, and that's pretty much it this week because I sprinted all week last week. And
yay!
Eventually, I'll be back on book 2.
Yeah, it's sometimes you need to take a break though from doing all the videos and the things.
I took a whole week off last week. I was like, you know what? I don't care. This week we're done. You're just like, I didn't even want to open my editing app and
have not touched it. Have not touched it in a while.
Bless you.
Oh no. I was like, oh, mute myself. I'm definitely going to sneeze. But that is it for tonight. Thank you so much to Julie and Margaret and to everyone in the comments for joining me for Tuesday Night Sprints with Friends. If you don't follow either of these two lovely people, their stuff is in the description. So go subscribe and follow because it's good fun over on both their channels. And that's it for tonight. Have a lovely time and I'll see you soon. Bye.
Bye.